Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:01. We start off with item number one, item number two, roll call.
Alda Benavides, present.
Anthony Oresti, present.
Esmeralda Solis, present.
Nereida Cantú, present.
Mary Hernandez, present.
Roberto Zamora, present.
And Alex Cantu, present. We declare a quorum. Item number three, Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. This evening, we have Jimena Lopez to help us lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Jimena is a fifth grade student at Enrique Kiki Camarena Elementary. She is the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Jesus Lopez. She is the eldest of two siblings. Throughout her academic school year, Jimena has not only excelled academically, but has demonstrated outstanding citizenship qualities. This year, Jimena is representing Camarena as the Student Council President. As president, she has a very important role. She is the voice and ambassador of the campus. She is a young leader and an excellent role model. Throughout the year, Student Council, with the help of Jimena, their president, have made Camarena a better place. Thank you for being here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Jimena.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will Jimena's parents please stand so that we can recognize you? Thank you. Jimena, you did a good job representing your school. And thank you to the principal also for allowing Jimena to be here this evening.
Moving on to item number four, public comments. I believe we do have public comments.
We have one public comment, Mr. Roel Benavides.
Good evening, Mr. Benavides.
Good evening,
The 3 minutes.
ladies and
We're not able
gentlemen.
to interrupt.
The reason I'm here is because I've continued to hear rumors that two elementary schools are going to you all thinking about shutting down, Leo J. Leo and Benavides Elementary. Benavides Elementary, most of you know that we had something to do with it being in our community. I'm a member of the community. I am here to talk for the people. And right here, I have the warranty deed of the acres that we sold to the school and the gift deed that we gave part of those acres to the school for free in order for the school to be named after my dad, which you all know that. In the back, the school board at that time, the superintendent, the attorney at the school, and my attorney added a clause that says that school should be named or would be named for my dad, Rosendo Benavides Elementary, right? Also, that if at any time that school were to be closed for any reason, that the gift that was given to the school, it says here, they will revert back to the donor. So I want for you to think about what you're doing. It may be a rumor, but it's been going on for the last 5 years. We have a new board now. Maybe you think differently, but I just want to make you aware that we're going to have some problems. Not me, you guys. So that's why I'm here talking for the community, and it's not fair that our teachers and our kids are having to suffer for things that the school board has done, for example, to buy that swimming pool and golf course, to buy that Dollar General, to spend $13 million on lighting that we not need. That money should be in the budget. And that's why we're in the hole right now, because of expenditures like that. The other thing is that you got people here making $100,000 and $120,000 and $130,000 a year that do not deserve even 50 of that. and I can point them out to you. So I ask that you consider this, be very careful what you do, and I'll get with Jerry later, whenever I have time, and show him what I have here, and he will discuss it with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No more public comments.
Moving on to item number 5, tax collector's report, approval of December 2022 tax collector's report. Need a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Solis. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Moving on to item number 6, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. The first item on the superintendent's report is the enrollment report that is dated January 17, 2023. On this date, we had 11,759 elementary students, 13,261 secondary students, for a total of 25,020 students, which is 445 students more than on this date last year. The next item on the superintendent's report is recognition of attendance accountability and enrollment coordinators, district truancy prevention department, and district elementary and secondary attendance clerk. If I can please have Mr. Cantu, Mr. Uresti, Dr. Cantu, and Dr. Zamora join us to do this award.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, Dr. Sines and community. My name is Ivana Ayala, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Student Services. It gives me great honor to recognize these individuals here this evening, which are our accountability and enrollment coordinators, the District Prevention Department, and our elementary and secondary attendance clerks. Unfortunately, not all of the staff was able to attend this evening, but I will still be calling their name because we would like to acknowledge the hard work that they do every day for both our students and our schools. Beginning with our attendance accountability coordinator, Ms. Leonor Garcia, and Mr. Ivan Sandoval. Our pupil attendance record retention coordinator, Romel Castro. Thank you. From our District Truancy Prevention Department, Isidro Casanova, District Truancy Prevention Supervisor, Hiram Sines, Student Attendance Officer, our Campus Truancy Prevention Facilitators, from La Joya High School, Victoria Nicole Oyervides, from Juarez Lincoln High School, Rigoberto Villagran, and from Palmview High School, Miriam Renee Navejar. Our elementary attendance clerks, Rosemary Bernal, John F. Kennedy Elementary, Erica Salinas, Flores Elementary, Emma Zarate, Benavides Elementary, Francisca Rosales, Leo J. Leo Elementary, Ana Yancy Lopez, Ibi Reina Elementary, Lorena Hernandez, Chapa Elementary, Norma Gonzalez, Escandón Elementary. Alba Nidia Cantú, Díaz Villarreal Elementary. Margarita Leal, Cavazos Elementary. Griselda Valderas, Tabasco Elementary. Herminia Mora, Perez Elementary. Telma Venencia, Gonzalez Elementary. Lizette Reyes, Benson Elementary. Mary Reimer, Samford Dice Elementary. Myra Morin, Zapata Elementary. Sandra Garcia, Seguin Elementary. Stephanie Gonzalez, Camarena Elementary. Rosabel Elizondo, Paredes Elementary. Evelyn Cifuentes, Clinton Elementary. Lilia Garcia, Peña Elementary. Ana Garcia, Garza Elementary. Abigail Rodriguez de Rivas, Mendiola Elementary. Andrea Solis, Head Start. Our secondary attendance clerks, Griselda Chapa, Zavala Elementary. Idalia Garcia, Chavez Middle School. I'm sorry, Zavala Middle School and Chavez Middle School. Brenda Leal, Science Middle School. Norma Cerda, Memorial Middle School. Yolanda Longoria and Richards Middle School. Ana Lopez de Carrillo, Garcia Middle School. Myra Peña, Salinas Middle School. And Alma Perez, Trevino Middle School. Natalie Lopez, Jimmy Carter Early College High School. Idalia Trevino, Thomas Salinas STEM Early College High School. Betty Lugarza, La Joya Early College High School. Ruth Flores, Academy of Health Science STEM Professions. Sofia Cortina, College and Career Center. Anisa Gonzalez, West Academy. Irma Ponce de Leon, Hope Academy. Maribel Cavazos, Palmview High School. Gloria Garcia, Palmview High School. Diana Cedillo, Juarez Lincoln High School. Maria S. Ramirez, Juarez Lincoln High School. Estela Gonzalez, La Joya High School. And Noelia Garza, La Joya High School. Thank you once again to all of our staff. Everything that they do on a daily basis helps impact the student success that we experience at each of our campuses every day. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all of our attendance clerks, and thank you to all our principals that support them. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for this recognition. For the next recognition, if I can have Ms. Solis, Ms. Hernandez, and Dr. Benavides. Recognition of Thelma Salinas STEM Early College High School for receiving the 2022 Best High Schools in Texas Award by niche.com.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, Mr. Cantú, Dr. Science, Superintendent of Schools, ladies and gentlemen of the board and community. This evening, we will be recognizing one of the top high schools in Texas with the Top High Schools in Texas Award from niche.com. Now, niche.com is an online website that analyzes school and district data to create in-depth profiles on every school in America. Families across the nation use their reviews and ratings to find and enroll their children in the best schools. Now, through advanced algorithms and statistical techniques, Thelma Salinas Early College High School, Thelma Salinas STEM Early College High School was identified as one of the best high schools in Texas. So we welcome Mr. Victor Rodriguez, principal at Thelma R. Salinas STEM Early College High School, to be recognized this evening. Welcome, Mr. Rodriguez.
Congratulations, Mr. Rodriguez, and all the staff at Thelma Salinas STEM Early College High School. Thank you, Board of Trustees. Yes. Next, we have recognition of trustees in honor of School Board Recognition Month. And Board of Trustees, we're going to ask you one at a time to step forward. And we have some principals and some amazing and brilliant students that are here to honor you and thank you this evening. So we will start with our school board president, Mr. Alex Cantu. Please step forward, Mr. Cantu.
Thank you, Dr. Science. In observance of School Board Recognition Months, we want to continue our festivities, and 14 schools have worked on putting together a student-created goodie basket and wreaths for each of our school board members. For Mr. Alejandro Alex Cantu, we have College and Career Center Principal Mr. Ronnie Cabrera and student Miguel Ángel Lozano, 12th grade. Also honoring Mr. Alejandro Alex Cantu is Escandon Elementary, Principal Ms. Mary Sepulveda and student Nitzel Yasmin Garza, 4th grade.
Thank you, principals and students. Congratulations, and thank you, Mr. Cantu. Next, we have Mr. Anthony Uresti, School Board Vice President.
Honoring Mr. Anthony Uresti is Jimmy Carter Early College High School, Principal Ms. Claudia Gomez Perez and student Jesus Menchaca, 11th grade. Also honoring Mr. Anthony Uresti is Flores Elementary, Principal Mr. Leroy Garcia and student Dalisa Molina, 4th grade.
Thank you, principals and students, and thank you for your service, Mr. Uresti. Next, we'll honor Dr. Nereida Cantu, School Board Secretary.
Honoring Dr. Nereda Cantu is Sanford Dice Elementary. Principal, Ms. Roxanne Peña, and student Daniel Estrada, 5th grade. Also honoring Dr. Nereda Cantu is Benson Elementary. Principal, Ms. Marena Contreras, and student Vicent Ponce and Kendall Ramirez, pre-K 3 and 3rd grade.
What a precious king.
Take that.
Thank you, principals and students. Congratulations, Dr. Cantu. Thank you for your service. Next, we will honor Dr. Roberto Zamora.
Honoring Dr. Roberto Zamora is Irene Garcia Middle School. Principal, Santana Galvan, and student Sebastián Salazar, 8th grade. Also honoring Dr. Zamora is Memorial Middle School. Principal, Daniel Villarreal, and student Itzel Flores, 8th grade.
Congratulations, Dr. Zamora. Thank you for your service, and thank you, principals and students. Next, we will honor Ms. Esmeralda Solis, school board member.
Honoring Ms. Esmeralda Solis is Juarez Lincoln High School. Principal, Mr. Ricardo Estrada, and student Elizabeth Beliz, 12th grade.
Beautiful. Bigger than me.
Also honoring Ms. Solis is La Joya Head Start Program. Principal, Ms. Yesenia Gonzalez, and student Tiago Vargas, pre-K 3.
Ay, qué chulo.
Thank you, principals and students, and thank you for your service, and congratulations, Mrs. Solis. Now we will honor Ms. Mary Hernandez.
Honoring Ms. Mary T. Hernandez is Cavazos Elementary. Principal, Ms. Elizabeth Longoria, and student Arely Garcia. It's a pre-K student. I forgot to say. Also honoring Ms. Hernandez is Thelma Salinas STEM Early College High School. Principal Victor Rodriguez, student Mario Moreno, 12th grade.
Congratulations and thank you for your service, Mrs. Hernandez. Thank you, principals and students. Now we will honor Dr. Alda Benavides.
Honoring Dr. Alda T. Benavides is La Joya Early College High School. Principal Domingo Villarreal III and student Adeline Cantu, 12th grade. We also have Salma Guajardo, 12th grade. Also honoring Dr. Benavides is Diaz Villarreal Elementary. Principal Ms. Yvette Basaldua and student Lisel Carrillo, 3rd grade.
Congratulations, Dr. Benavides, and thank you for your service. Thank you, principals and students. Another thank you to all the principals and the students that were here to honor our Board of Trustees. And Board of Trustees, on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for the many hours that you contribute to La Joya ISD so that our students can have an excellent education. Thank you so much. If there are any parents here of these amazing kids that came to honor a Board of Trustees, please stand so that we can thank you for bringing them to the board meeting this afternoon. Thank you, parents. Mr. Cantu, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Science. Moving on to item number 7, discussion items. Item number 1, discussion of official attendance taking time and exception for the 2022-2023 school year.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Cantu, Board President, Madam Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Science, board members, and community. I am Ms. Leonor Garcia, the Student Attendance Accountability Coordinator. Today, I will be presenting on the official attendance taking time and exceptions for the 2022-2023 school year. I would also like to add that our goals for today's presentation is to be informative to our school board of trustees and community regarding our attendance protocol. Official attendance taking time and exceptions for the 2022-2023 school year. Official attendance taking time for La Joya ISD, elementary, 9:30 a.m., secondary, 10:30 a.m. Requirements for a student to be considered present. Students present at the official attendance taking time are counted present. Students who are on campus at the time attendance is taken, but who are not in their assigned classroom are considered in attendance if and when
they are with a campus official. Examples include nurse, counselor, principal, or administrator. Class admit slips or other documentation supporting that a student was with a campus official must be retained for attendance purposes. Exceptions for students that may be, we do have some exceptions for students that may be considered in attendance if the student is not on campus at the time attendance is taken. These exceptions are information that is shared with the attendance clerks every year before the school year begins and throughout the year for support. In the next slide, we have examples of absences that may be considered in attendance if the student misses school for the purpose of attending a required court appearance, misses school for the purpose of appearing at a governmental office to complete paperwork required in connection with the student's application for U.S. citizenship, misses school for the purpose of taking part in the student's own U.S. naturalization oath ceremony, misses school for the purpose of visiting driver license office to obtain driver license or learner permit. The district must keep documentation related to the absence on file for attendance and audit purposes. In the next slide, we continue. Temporary or partial day absence that may be considered in attendance if the student is temporarily absent because of a documented appointment for the student or the student's child that is with a healthcare professional license, certified or registered to practice in the United States. To be considered temporarily absent, the student must begin classes or return to class on the same day of the appointment. The appointment must be supported by a document such as a note from the healthcare professional. A consultation over the phone or via video telemedicine is considered an appointment with a healthcare professional. An appointment with a school nurse will not count as an appointment with a healthcare professional. And on our final slide, we do have clarification in writing from the Texas Education Agency, TA, assuring that as long as a student begins classes or returns to class on the day of the appointment, the student will be considered present. This concludes the presentation. I hope this helps clarify any concerns that our parents and community might have in regards to the official attendance taking time and exceptions. Any questions that the board might have?
Is this information that is provided in the parent handbook or the student handbook?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So an excused absence is only if they return back to campus that day, or that's the partial?
So for an excuse absent, that would be if the student does not go to school, right? In this particular case, in referring to the partial or temporary absence, that is considered that the student is present and the student began classes or return to class on that day of the appointment. So the student must have been in class at any point, receive instruction, and leave to the medical appointment, or go in the morning to the medical appointment, return back to school with that medical excuse to be counted present for the day.
So that doesn't affect our ADA?
That does not. So we did provide that information in writing from TA because we wanted to get clarification on that. Any other questions that we may have?
Not a question, but just thank you for doing a good job. Just an emphasis on the elementary, since it used to be 10 o'clock and now it's 9:30. And so just to make sure that we really get it out to the parents that it's 9:30 when attendance is taken. And then, of course, 10:30 for secondary.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other questions? I would like to thank also our clerical staff. I know it takes a lot to, make sure that attendance is taken the correct way. And I know it takes a lot of work from everybody. So Thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, discussion of 6 weeks and first semester average daily attendance for the 2022-2023 school year.
That's what I was trying to clear.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to begin by sharing information on the third 6 weeks attendance rate, and then I will go over the semester cumulative attendance rate. Beginning with our high schools, you can see our comprehensive high schools. For the third 6 weeks, the campus with the highest attendance was Juarez Lincoln High School at 87.20, with an average attendance rate of 86.22 for comprehensive high schools. For our specialty campuses, the campus with the highest attendance rate was Hope Academy at 77.47%, with an average of all 3 schools at 71.46. For our early college high schools, the campus with the highest attendance rate is Thomas Salinas STEM Early College High School with an attendance rate of 97.34, and an average for all early college high schools is 94.95. For our middle schools, the campus with the highest attendance rate was Chavez Middle School at 94.60, with an average attendance rate of 93.36 for all middle schools. And for our elementaries, the campus with the highest attendance rate was Zapata Elementary with an average of 95.13. And the average for all elementaries is 93.39. Cumulative for the third 6 weeks with all schools is 91.57. And our cumulative ADA, beginning from the beginning of the school year till the end of the semester, December 16th, we're at 91.06 with ADA at 20,959. Any questions regarding the third 6 weeks?
Just have a comment on the totals. And you know that I keep an eye on this for finance purposes. Our budget was built on 21,500. Am I correct there, Mr. Garza? And so for us, it's a little bit over $6,000 per student. That is amounting to over $3 million that we still have to make up in average daily attendance. So just to make that point.
Yes,
Thank
sir. And that is something that we're working with our principals. We have provided additional fundings to them at the beginning of the school year to give attendance incentives for the campuses to make sure that we encourage students to come to school every day because every day matters.
Thank you.
Ms. Ayala, I got a question. Do we have any campuses that are at their goal right now that are averaging?
We have not had any campuses that have met their goal this school year, sir. The goal was set high for all campuses, but unfortunately, no one has hit that goal.
Last time, Dr. Villarreal gave us the goals for each of the schools. Do you happen to have that handy?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Do you know them offhand? What was that?
For the elementaries, 97.5, she said?
97.5, okay.
So let me just, I'm sorry, just so I can repeat. For the middle schools, it was also 97.5. The early college high schools, 98%. And for the comprehensive high schools, 95%. Thank you, Dr. Villarreal. And now I'm going to go ahead and share cumulative data for our first semester. Again, this is an average of first, second, and third 6 weeks. For the high schools, the campus with the highest cumulative average for the semester is Palmview High School at 87.28, with an average of 87.12 for comprehensive high schools. For our specialty schools, we had Hope Academy with the highest attendance rate of 79.25 with an average of 74.28. Our early college high schools, the campus with the highest attendance average is, again, Thomas Salinas STEM Early College High School with 96.68 attendance average, with a cumulative average of 94.81. For our middle schools, the campus with the highest average is Memorial Middle School with an average of 94.42, with a cumulative average for all campuses at 92.80. And for our elementaries, the campus with the highest cumulative average for the semester is Camarena Elementary with an average of 94.49, and a cumulative average for all elementary schools at 92.29. For the district, again, our cumulative average is 91.09. Any other questions?
Just repeat either Dr. Zamora or Mr. Garza, repeat the amount that we budgeted at our ADA.
Our ADA was budgeted to be at 21,500 average ADA.
Any other questions?
Is that percentage at 2,500 for the district? What would be the percentage that we're trying to hit over ADA?
In order to be at the 21,500, what would
Correct.
the average be? Right, but in order to be at the 21,500, that would mean that our ADA percentage would be at, I need to do the math. I'm not too sure. I'm sorry, Mr.
No, no,
Dusty.
no,
I'm thinking
sorry,
like
sorry.
a 93. I'm not too sure. Yes. And again, that's gonna vary depending on the total number of students enrolled.
Yes.
Do we have a comparison from these numbers, these percentages from this time last year?
I do not have one available to me, but that's something that I can prepare and share with you all.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ayala.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 3, discussion of second 6 weeks, 6th grade reading data.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, Mr. Cantu, Board of Trustees, Dr. Science, Administration, and the community. The reason why we're presenting on this data is as a follow-up to our December 7th board meeting, in which the performance of our 6th grade students in the area of reading was a cause for concern. Comparatively, this student group performed lower than our other groups compared to our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th grade. Now, historically, this has been a grade level that has struggled at that particular time. On your screens, you will see how our students have performed during the second 6 weeks assessments. Back in 2017-18 school year, during the second 6 weeks, our students were performing at 40%. The following year, they were at 37%. The 2021 school year, we were at 36%. Last year went up a little to 55%, but we're again down to 47. So in doing an analysis as to why this particular group struggles, we identified 3 main areas. Language being one of them, accompanied or being exacerbated by the pandemic. We also identified curriculum as being an area of concern, and the assessment design were reasons as to why our students are performing poorly in that one group. Going back to the language, a large percentage of our students are testing reading language arts in English for the very first time once they get to 6th grade. 45% of our current 6th grade students tested in Spanish when they were in 5th grade. And of those students that tested in Spanish, only 62% had passed. Therefore, we can understand as to why they're struggling once they get to 6th grade and they're testing in English for the first time. We can add to that the disrupted learning that happened due to COVID-19. This particular group of students had an incomplete 3rd grade year and had a virtual year when they were in 4th grade. Those are when we think of our dual language program and when we think as to how our students transition from Spanish to English, those 2 years are integral in the language acquisition. In the area of curriculum, our grade 6 reading language arts curriculum does have an increase when it comes to rigor and complexity. So as our students are transitioning from 5th grade to 6th grade, the material does get a little bit harder. This year in particular, the writing reporting category has been added to the reading language arts assessment, and it's now being reflected in our 6 weeks assessments. So the new redesign features have been incorporated into 6 weeks assessments. Therefore, we are seeing that our students are struggling. We're hoping that through that practice and through their persistence, our students should be doing better by the end of the school year. When it comes to the assessment design, The 6 weeks assessments now include the new item types. As we mentioned when we presented the first 6 weeks data and the second 6 weeks data, the data in itself is different in comparison to the data that we saw last year because, again, it is a more rigorous and complex assessment. Grade 6 students are struggling with short constructed responses. In the past, the assessment was a multiple choice test. This new assessment does have open responses in which the students do have to write out their answers. And one of the reasons why we feel our students are struggling is just the limited prior exposure to those assessment types. Now, what is our district action plan to address that area of concern? In fifth grade, we will be progress monitoring our fifth grade students to make sure as to how they're performing in their English and Spanish assessments throughout their fifth grade school year. We are increasing the number of students that are testing in fifth grade in English so that they have that prior year of experience before they get to sixth grade. We will progress monitor our sixth grade students and ensure that struggling students are enrolled in their Quest intervention courses and are also attending tutorials. When it comes to curriculum development, we are having curriculum development planning sessions with our sixth grade teachers to make sure that the assessment is aligned and that the new item types are embedded within the assessments and during the lessons, and that we are providing those language supports for those students that are transitioning to English for the first time. In the area of professional development, we are providing professional development for our fifth grade teachers by our Title III specialists, the language arts coordinator, and our secondary literacy coach. And we are providing our students opportunities to practice answering new question types. The new question types are now embedded in their weekly and unit assessments. I know our Commissioner of Education calls these new processes at bats. We want our students to practice as much as possible before they get to the real assessment. So that was our analysis. That is our district's approach as to how we plan to provide support to this particular group of students. Do our Board of Trustees have any questions?
If you go back 2 slides, I was thinking, I don't know how active the vertical team meetings are, but with the vertical team meetings, if fifth grade could really work on that short constructed responses, because, I mean, when they were fourth graders, they used to write a whole essay, and so now they definitely can write those short constructed responses. It's just that they haven't practiced.
That's
So the vertical team
yes,
meetings,
ma'am.
yeah, I think could be utilized to emphasize that. And especially once the test is done, you know, like for the fifth graders, they could really spend some time working on those type of responses.
We're foreseeing our students longitudinally to start doing better, Dr. Benavides, considering that new redesign is all the way down to third grade. So we have those item types in the third grade assessment, fourth grade, and fifth grade. So by the time these third graders get to sixth grade, they will have practiced that type of assessment, right, when they're in third, fourth, and fifth. So we are seeing that trickle down all the way to kinder. We are embedding more writing practice in our kindergarten classrooms in our first grade and second grade, just so to make sure that our students are prepared once they get to that assessment.
Yeah, it's just the way we would place all the emphasis to get the kids ready for the writing. The fact that they're shorter responses, I think the kids can do it. It's just that they need to be guided and given a lot of opportunities to practice.
Yes, ma'am.
So staying on the same slide and also going back to the data where it shows the percent that have already passed, and it shows that sixth graders are not doing well, or as well as we would want for them to do. Go back again, one more.
Yes, sir.
I'm on page 41 here, where you have that one. So when we look there at the sixth graders going across to the 1,687, when we look at approaches, it's the gap. I'm looking at the gaps, minus 43, and minus 25. My concern, based on what you just shared in terms of the numbers that were tested in Spanish in fifth grade, and then in the sixth grade, the students, I believe, all test in English, am I correct?
That is correct.
So what is being done then at the sixth grade level to help with that?
When it comes to the language supports, Dr. Samoto, one of the things that we're doing now is we're progress monitoring more intentionally when it comes to the language of instruction, making sure that we're being faithful to the fidelity of the program when it comes to dual language. And so we're progress monitoring. We are providing additional supports. We have embedded an enrichment enhancement period within the daily schedule to facilitate the enhancement opportunities for our students to make sure that we're closing those gaps. We have procured additional resources. We have a computer-based program that our students are using to improve in the language acquisition and also monitoring in the areas of weakness so that we can then provide those interventions. The goal is to eventually test as many, if not all of our students in English in the elementary level so that those students are going into the middle school a little bit more prepared.
And what will happen with those that are not ready to test in
Once
English?
we do have within our department some additional supports when our students do transition to the middle school. We have Title III facilitators that provide instructional supports, coaching supports, or sixth grade teachers so they can better work with that population.
I don't think the answer will be to test the kids in English, because we know what research says, that a child will only be as strong in a second language as he is in his first. So it's providing those supports so that they can do those short responses in whatever their language strength, whatever their language strength is. And then they will be able to transition it. I worry with the comment of
Rushing
they're all
them into
going to
English.
take the test
Yes, ma'am.
in English, because
No,
that
no.
can
We're
really,
hoping that
can
they'll
really
be
hurt
ready.
the students if they're not ready.
Yes,
And-
ma'am.
And that's like pulling the rug from under them. And
We can't guarantee that they all will, because again, every case is different. We do have LPAC committees at every campus that will analyze the data on an individual basis. And if the student is ready and demonstrates through performance that they're ready, they will. But again, if they need those additional supports, the practice has always been that we will assess our students in the language that they will best perform in. And that will continue to be the practice that we follow moving forward.
that would be my only caution,
ma'am.
because.
Maybe it should say
if
something
the
like
word gets out,
increase the readiness.
Yes, the
Instead-
increase in whatever,
Increase the
their.
readiness of
their-
of students
And
instead
their,
of the
and their,
number of
in their,
students.
in their language, because sometimes that will get misinterpreted and, oh, we're going to rush them and they're going to take the test in English. And that can be very detrimental, because if they're not ready, they're not ready.
As it is right now, the majority of our students, more than 90% of our students are taking the math test in English in third, fourth, and fifth. So they do have plenty of opportunity to work with the English language and assess in the English language before they get to the middle school.
I'm going to agree with Dr. Benavides on this one, but if they're not ready, they're not ready, right? But I do remember that repetition and exposure is a key to learning, right? So I don't see the need to expose them in fifth grade if we haven't exposed them in fourth and third. I think it's got to go through all the grade levels, and they got to have repetition, and they got to start learning it in both languages, right? But they have to have exposure early on, not just fifth grade.
Well, that's why I said it, increase the readiness, because we do have to provide them with the
introducing it all along.
resources.
You're
Yeah, to
introducing
get
it at
them
every
ready.
grade, yes.
Yeah.
But you're monitoring that introduction.
Correct.
Not just fifth grade.
Not just fifth grade, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, just the point, I think as we move up in the grade levels, that is an issue with student performance. And as you look at the number of students that have not made a transition into English at the high school, that we will have also those concerns.
And one of the things that the data does show, Dr. Zamora, is that, again, historically, as our students move forward through 6th to 7th and 8th, our students are performing a lot better, right? Because they've had that exposure and that practice. And the goal for elementary campuses is to make sure that their students exit elementary and middle school ready. And the data does show that as they progress from 3rd to 4th and 5th, they do perform better. The data shows the same thing in middle school. As they progress from 6th to 7th to 8th, they do a lot better. And The CCMR performance data clearly indicates that our students are graduating college and career and military ready, right? So we do have great systems in place. Again, we just need to be faithful to the programs that we have and to the curriculum and to the instructional design that we have in our district.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to item number 4, discussion of the 21-22 third, fifth, eighth grade mathematics starts performance data.
Good evening again, Mr. Board President, Dr. Science, members of the board and community. The purpose of this presentation is as a continuation to the presentation that we did back in December. Back in December, we did present our literacy performance in third grade, fifth grade, eighth grade, and then we also presented our CCMR. So this presentation is a continuation of that. If you remember, because of House Bill 3, they amended the Texas Education Code by adding sections 11.1.85 and section 11.1.86, in which it now required that school boards adopt plans to target early childhood literacy, early childhood math, and college, career, and military readiness, and that we create proficiency plans to address those goals. So this presentation will update the board on how our third grade students performed in relation to those House Bill 3 goals, but this one will be in the area of mathematics. And we will also be sharing how our fifth grade and eighth grade students performed in relation to our district improvement plan goals. So in the area of third grade mathematics data, the percentage of the goal that we had for ourselves in this particular grade level was that the percentage of our students that score meets level or above on the STAR mathematics will increase from 40% in June of 2022 to 50% by June of 2024. That was the goal that the board adopted. Now, within the template that you have in your binder, at the top of this presentation, you see that there is a status bar that says superintendent's status, and it's colored in yellow because as a district, we are seeing that that is one area where we need to continue to monitor and adjust. Had the performance, had we done well, and we had met our board goal, that status bar would have been in green. Had we had done poorly and we would have seen that the data was critical, that status bar would have been in red. But as it is right now, as you can see on your screens, the state performance was, the state performed at a 43% passing rate at third grade at the meets level. Now the region was at 41%. Our district was at 40%, and our board adopted goal was at 46. So we came short 6 percentage points. So as a district, we've identified this area as an area where we need to monitor and make adjustments. When it comes to the federal accountability, you can see across the board how our district did in relation to those demographic groups, right? So as we look at the data comparatively, the one area of concern that we identified within the special groups was our bilingual group, our emergent bilingual population, right, when it comes to third grade. So our action plan is that we continue to identify these students at the district level and that our principals identify them at their campus level, that we leverage all of the available funds and resources that we have to provide additional supports to this population of students, whether we do this in school, after school, or on Saturdays. That we hold parent conferences to make sure that these students are participating in those high-impact tutorials and that they're taking advantage of these additional supports and resources that we're providing to their students. That we provide professional development to our staff on the STAR redesign and on instructional practices. And for this particular group, that we provide additional supports through our Title III facilitators. Now, how are we going to measure if our steps are successful? Well, we will continue to progress monitor student performance, doing our formative and summative assessments. What can our Board of Trustees do, or when will the Board of Trustees receive reports as to how we're progressing? Well, our school board will be updated on student progress after each 6 weeks marking period. And what can the school board do to support our school system? Well, we ask that you continue to support administration and our campus intervention initiatives. The rest of the template does show you how our campuses did in relation to those federal goals, accountability goals that we have for those different populations. In the area of third grade, we did identify some areas at our campus levels that were of concern, that we just need to continue to monitor and make adjustments. And similarly to the district, the one specific group that we saw that needed attention was our emerging bilingual group.
And the ones highlighted in red are the ones that are
That is correct, Dr. Benitez.
needing attention.
Correct. The cells that were shaded in green were the ones that were met or exceeded. The board adopted the federal accountability standards. The ones that are in yellow, they were within the 10 points. Those that were in red were beyond the 10-point difference, right?
Mr. Munoz, I don't know if it's something that you can adjust. My screen is a little bit blurry. I'm not sure if
So is mine, but I thought it was just me. I go, not even with the glasses.
There, that helps. That helps.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I was gonna ask for Esmer's glasses.
So moving on to fifth grade. Our fifth grade goal is that the percentage of all students that score meets level or above on the STAR Mathematics will increase from 49% in June of 2022 to 60% by June of 2024. The status bar on your template is colored in yellow because, again, we will continue to monitor and adjust when it comes to the performances of this specific group. Now, comparatively, even though we came short to our adopted goal for the district of getting to 60% meets, we were higher than the state in this particular grade level. Our district performance was at 49%, the state performance was at 48%, and the region performance was at 49%. So we performed better than the state average.
And this test they've done in English from
It's all
third
English.
grade. Yeah.
For the most part, I would say more than 95% of our population is testing it in English. Now, comparatively to the federal accountability standards, as you can see on the screen and on your template, they're all shaded in green, with the exception of the non-continuously enrolled. The non-continuously enrolled group are those students that have not been in our district for the previous 3 school years. So these are the highly mobile group that leave and come back. And this particular group are kids that were not here with us within the last 3 years continuously. So as a district, that is the area that we're going to continue to target and provide supports for. And just like with our bilingual group in third grade, we need to identify these students, leverage all the supports and resources that we have so that to make sure these students are being successful. We need to hold conferences with these parents to make sure that the parents are supporting their children and encouraging them to take advantage of these additional supports, and that we provide professional development to the staff on the STAR redesign and on instructional practices. We will continue to progress monitor these students whenever we do assess, whether it's their formative assessments or summatives. I know that at the district level, we are monitoring their performance, and our principals are doing so at the campus. Our Board of Trustees will be getting updates as to how these particular groups are performing through our 6 weeks presentations. And we ask that our board continue to support administration and our campus intervention initiatives. On the next slide, or the rest of your template, you will see how our campus has performed in relation to the federal accountability standards. And in comparison to third grade, we do see a lot of green, meaning that our students are doing a lot better once they get to fifth grade in preparation for their transition to the middle school. And we are leveraging our campus support plan to make sure that these students do transition to sixth grade, ready for the sixth grade assessments. Now, one campus in particular that performed really well in fifth grade was Lloyd Benson Elementary School. You will see their data on your template. You can see the data there on the screen. We did invite Ms. Marina Contreras. She's our principal there at Lloyd Benson Elementary, a very successful campus. They are an A-rated campus, and they did achieve all of their distinctions. To share with you and to share with the community some of the great things that they're doing at their campus that we can replicate and upskill across our district. So welcome, Ms. Contreras.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Science.
I am here today representing Benton Elementary students and staff members. Today, I'm here to share with you just a little bit about what we do to get our students to that highest level, to that master's level, because that's what we want for all of our students. So we do want to go ahead and share some of the best practices that we have on campus. So we do have amazing teachers that are supporting our students, and we have amazing students that are doing an excellent job getting our campus to reach this highest level. So some of the things that we attribute to the high success of the campus is that teachers are very dedicated and they are very focused and intentional when it comes to how they're conferencing with students after lessons and not just after data. So whenever we have a lesson delivery, teachers are able to see how students are performing with that lesson, and they conference with students to ensure that the kids know what it is that they have to do better to continue to improve. And conferencing with students of all levels. So not just our tier 3 students, but also focusing on our tier 1 and tier 2s, because they're the ones that get us to that master's level. So it's really making sure that we do differentiate the instruction for all students. So when we conference with students, it is about knowing where they're at with the skill that we're teaching that specific week, and really looking at what it is that they need to improve on, and making those adjustments when they stay for tutoring, or when they see them in small group instruction. So that's one of the key elements. I think kids need to know where they're at, and the kids need to know what they need to do to improve and get better. So our teachers are very dedicated at ensuring they're conferencing with students. They also maintain classroom data walls so that students are able to track their own progress. So students are able to see where they stand with their data, and that does reflect 6 weeks data. And students are able to track that in their classroom as well as their individual folders. So every student has their individual tracking folder where they're able to see the progress that they're making, and it reflects their goal. So every time they open their folder, they're able to see, this is my end goal and how far away I am from reaching that goal. And most importantly, our teachers set high expectations for all of our students. So whether it is to make a 5, 10-point gain or to maintain that 95, 100% that the kids reached, it is about making sure that the teachers set those high expectations for all of our students. And when they're having those conferences, they hold them accountable to ensure that they know, the kids know where they're supposed to be. Our classroom instruction, it is super crucial that the lessons are planned and that there is that rigor and that differentiation in the instruction. So that's part of what we want to do, and that's part of what the teachers do when they plan together. Those POC sessions are so crucial in ensuring that the collaboration is occurring. There's a plethora of knowledge within the team, and so the teachers have a lot to share. So we want to make sure that they have that opportunity to share with each other, to collaborate, and to learn about what it is that worked in a classroom and what we can replicate in another classroom. So those are definitely some of the things that teachers are really intentional about, using their time wisely whenever they do have their conference time, to ensure that they're dedicating it to planning. So that really does assist and help. The activities that they plan, they're differentiated. So we want to ensure that when we walk in to do walkthroughs, that we're looking for that differentiation of the instruction, that we're able to see the difference between our tier 1 students and our tier 3 students, and how that lesson is tailored to meet their specific needs. So that really does help in ensuring that the kids are moving and making that progress. Giving the kids opportunity to speak and to share their knowledge. So a lot of the things that we see at our campus is student teachers, students presenting, doing oral presentations. So after a lesson, it's their turn to share. So a lot of times when we walk into classrooms, you see the students behind the teacher desk guiding the lessons. So the students are now using the academic vocabulary to be able to teach their peers or to show their peers their learning. And in some cases, we're able to help kids, guide kids as they're being the teacher, so that this way we can see their thinking. So it's making that thinking visible and really looking to see how students are progressing. So a lot of oral presentations and a lot of giving the kids the opportunity to showcase what they have learned and to verbalize that, to have the opportunity to share that with their peers. And that goes along with the hands-on activities and the engaging lessons through the use of technology, making sure that we bring that in. Our state assessment is going to be 100% online. And our students are ready. Our students are ready to do that. We just need to offer them as many opportunities as possible. We're very blessed that all of our kids have their devices and they have the most up-to-date devices. Having the ability to use those touch screens, that they're able to work out those math problems. Because, in speaking about math is very, very important, especially when kids are taking it online. They have to be able to have a means to work out the problems. So I know Ms. Clem was able to get us those touch screens, and that has worked wonderful because the kids are able to work out the problems on their screen, and those devices completely fold. I don't know if you all have seen them, but they turn into like a notebook. So the kids are able to work out the problems. So it's a lot of giving them the opportunities to use those in the classroom for day-to-day instruction. And then also not taking away what we've done that worked, which is those manipulatives, making sure that the kids are still having access to those manipulatives and that the students are still having the ability to work with the group, work with the team, show what they know, and then display it and talk about it. So it's a combination of a lot of amazing things that the teachers have to plan for. So I think it all goes back to that. And I know the district this year has invested money in giving teachers planning time. So I know we've taken advantage of that because the teachers already have to spend a lot of time planning. And time is something we don't have a lot of, right? When you're in the classroom, you're busy going 100 miles per hour. So the fact that we sometimes get these Saturdays that teachers are able to come and plan, that has really helped because the teachers now come in and it's really just sitting down and planning, because at the end of the day, sometimes that's what they need, that's what they require, and that's what they ask for. So the district heard, and that has helped a lot as well. So those planning sessions have really, really helped. And then, of course, one of the main things is data. Data drives instruction, and we want to ensure that we are looking and reviewing the data. So teachers maintain classroom data walls. They have individual student folders that are for the students to track their progress. And at the end of the day, we want to ensure we put that responsibility back on our students and really look to see how it is that they can take their learning and take it to that next level. So it's a lot of conversations, it's a lot of learning that's happening in the classrooms. So it really does make a difference when the kids know where they're at and where they need to get to. I think that's one of the main things that we attribute to, because when kids know their end goal, they know what they're working towards and they see that progress as they're going. So they're seeing those gains and then celebrating those gains, really showcasing when a child is picking up a book and now is being a fluent reader with comprehension, and they're able to answer those short responses or the extended responses, which is something that's new for our third graders, for example. So it's really taking that challenge and saying, how are we going to ensure that our kids are successful? And it's putting it back on the kids, because if the kids know the expectation, if the kids know what they're working towards, the kids will rise to that occasion. So it is all on the tone and the expectations that you set. So I know at Benson Elementary, we have high expectations of all of our students, and the teachers work very hard to ensure that the kids know exactly what it is that they need to know to be successful for that school year. And then, of course, like I spoke about earlier, the district support, we can't do it alone. So it is a team effort. And so we do rely a lot on you all as board members that have very graciously helped us along the way with a lot of things that we need at the campus. We have a lot of wonderful trainings from our curriculum department with the STAR redesign trainings that are coming, because it is a brand new assessment and we do have to, like they say, tackle it differently. So we have had a lot of trainings, and so our teachers have the knowledge, which is what we need. The teachers need to know how to adjust their instruction so that way we're meeting the needs of this new assessment. So we know our kids are going to be ready. We know that they're going to get us there again this year because we have the amazing support of the teachers in the classroom, the parents, keeping the kids after school for tutoring. So that's another amazing resource that we have, that tutorial time. Our tutors, I have an amazing tutor at my campus who has been doing wonders to help me close that gap for our students. So all of those things couldn't happen if we didn't have you all support and the district support. So we're very blessed to have as much resources as we have. In that regard, I can honestly tell you we have everything that we need, and everything that we ask for, you all listen and hear, and support us. So those are some of the things we attribute to the success and the continuous success, because as you look at our data, we are still progressing and our students are doing very good, and they are going to show it at the end, and through continuous learning. So part of it is just having that growth mindset that things change and we have to change with them. And our kids are going to be there before we are, so we have to keep up with them. So those are some of the things that are happening at Benson Elementary. You all are more than welcome to come in and visit. So I know on behalf of our staff and students, we want to thank you all for everything you do on this month and of course every month of the year. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras. So moving on to eighth grade mathematics. The goal that we have for eighth grade mathematics is that the percentage of all students that score meets level or above on the STAR mathematics will increase from 50% in June of 2022 to 60% by June of 2024. And on your screen, you can see comparatively how our district did in comparison to the state and to the region. The state passing average at the meets grade level or above was at 40%. The region was at 41%, and as a district, we were at 50%. Right, so we outdid the region and the state. Now, we do have a very aggressive goal of reaching 60% in our district. So because we didn't reach it, you will see that the status bar at the top of that template is again highlighted in yellow. We will continue to monitor and adjust until we accomplish our goal. When it comes to performance under the federal accountability standards, you will see in the screen across all demographics a lot of green, similarly to what you saw with fifth grade. Our students perform fairly well when it comes to comparing ourselves to the federal accountability targets. The one area that we do need to focus on and provide additional supports to is the non-continuously enrolled. Again, that is the group of students that were not in our district during the past 3 years consistently. So that one group performed at a 38%. That was below the federal accountability targets. It was above the state, but it was lower than the region. So that is going to be our focus group. And like with the emergent bilingual group, we will identify these students. We will leverage all of those resources and supports that we have to provide additional supports to this group of kids. We're holding parent conferences to make sure that the parents are taking advantage of these resources and opportunities. And we're providing professional development to our teachers. We're going to progress monitor our students during with formative and summative assessments. Our board will be briefed after every one of those assessments, and that we ask that our board continue to support our administration and campus intervention initiatives. And then the next slide, or the next part of your template, you will see how our campuses did in relation to the federal accountability standards. And we do see a lot of green. There are some areas of concern at some campuses, at some of our tier 3 campuses, but we are leveraging our campus support plan to provide additional supports to these campuses. And following your recommendation that these campuses receive additional supports, our executive directors are meeting with these principals, and they are sending them additional supports to make sure that these campuses do get more support, and that way they can close the instructional gaps that they have in those particular groups. Now, one campus in particular that has historically done great is Ann Richards Middle School. If you look at them individually or independently of the others, they are in green across the board in all demographics that they were assessed in. So this particular campus is on the Met Standard on track color right there. They are colored in green. So to talk to us about the great things that are happening at Ann Richards Middle School, we did invite Mr. Thomas Ocaña, the principal. Ann Richards, as you know, is an A-rated campus, and they also received all 7 of the distinctions they could have potentially earned. So welcome Mr. Thomas Ocaña so he can share the great things that are happening at Ann Richards Middle School.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Science. Thank you for the privilege of inviting me to present on our best start mathematics practices. Our core and foundation at Richards Middle School are amazing teachers. We grow our teachers, we develop our teachers. They are the key building block to our success. At Ann Richards Middle School, we are strong supporters of instructional rounds, where our teachers learn by observing our master teachers in the classroom settings. We then utilize our POC time to make sure we develop and plan effective lessons. We support our teachers and staff because we have learned that simple gestures and kindness go a long way in developing strong bonds and campus community morale. A key factor to our success is that our teachers and students continually analyze data after every assessment, whether it is 6 weeks, benchmark, or interim assessment. A major contributing factor of our success in mathematics is the expectation that all students show work, making sure that they show in step-by-step process. This too is reviewed after each assessment. At the end of every 6 weeks, our teachers have the autonomy to regroup and restructure teams to meet the needs of our students. Students and teachers both analyze their own data in the classroom. We have parent-friendly tracking sheets that go home to keep our parents informed of their progress. We could not have our success without our students and the work they do. We do our very best to reward our students for their efforts in one form or another. We implement behavior cards, mega behavior cards, honor roll incentives, academic incentives, and the list goes on. We take care of our students and we give them many opportunities to get rewarded. This leads me to another key to our success, our parents. We ensure parents are involved in their child's progress. They are continually kept in the loop with assessments and progress. Our teachers send letters and plans to support them at every corner. When issues arise, teachers and support staff are there to take care of our students. Lastly, Joya ISD has supported me and Ann Richards Middle School every step of the way. This support goes from providing us funds for tutoring to computer programs like IXL Math, which my teachers love, and needed resources we request. In addition, we have weekly meetings with Dr. Oliveira in which we collaborate on both academics and instruction. We have principals meetings where central office relays important and critical information to principals. What else can I say now? But thank you for having such a supportive and amazing district that fully supports school principals. With the support of leaders like Dr. Science, Mr. Munoz, Dr. Oliveira, our district curriculum coordinators, and of course, our board of trustees, we can accomplish any and all of our goals. Again, thank you for your time and continued support. Have a great, great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ocaña. So ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our presentation as to how our students are doing in 3rd grade math, 5th grade math, and 8th grade math. Any questions?
No questions, just a comment of praise for both principals and your staffs. Great job.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5. It's discussion of new communication platforms for La Joya ISD.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Board President, Mr. Alejandro Alex Cantu, Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Science, and board members and community. I am thrilled to be here tonight to be able to promote our new district communication platforms. La Joya ISD has implemented a new communication system that would include a district app. These new communication services will also include live feeds to campus news tailored to parents' individual campus choices. This new communication system will also include a text messaging service system where parents will be able to receive text messages on events, emergency notifications, district updates, etc. It is always our goal at the Public Relations Department to improve communication, and we sought that improving communication with our community and our parents was crucial, and so we sought out services that would do just that. I do have with me Ms. Caitlin Roberts. She is our developer representative that will include and will explain to you briefly of what our communications consist of.
Good evening, everybody. It's so nice to meet all of you and to be here tonight. Little Rock, Arkansas is where Apogee is based, and it's sleeting there right now, so I've never been so happy to be somewhere where it's 75 degrees outside. But like Blanca was saying, we're working with, I think, over 200 districts now at this point in Texas, and one thing that we've seen is, again, communication is so important, but oftentimes those systems that either Blanca's team or your district technology campuses are using are kind of sporadic. There's one system to update social media, another for the website, a third for those emails, calls, and alerts. So to really ease that communication, both for the internal team and for your families as well, we've developed a set of tools called ThrillShare that does include a district app, a beautiful brand new website I know we had displayed previously, as well as the text and voice calls. I'm going to start with the app piece of things tonight. I recognize probably everyone in here has a smartphone and is probably going to be glued to that thing when you guys walk out the door. So I wanted to show you what that experience is going to look like firsthand for your parents. So I have a little video here of me walking through the tools. So here on the home page of the screen, what will happen is your parents will have the La Joya ISD app, like you'll see here. When they open the app for the first time, this will be the initial screen that they see. So you'll notice a couple of different things. Live feed events, a schools tab in the right-hand corner, and then a menu in the left-hand corner. When a parent goes to click on the schools tab, they'll be able to defer by the different buildings and be able to choose whatever campus they want to subscribe to and see what's happening. So jumping to the Jimmy Early College High School here, you'll see the same thing, feed events, but also a breakfast and lunch menu, right? I know a lot of parents, that's how they start 5 days a week. And then they can drill into that dining menu, right? Be able to see the menu for the rest of the month here. In addition to the menu as well, we have to think about other things parents may be looking for. Maybe that's an events calendar here. So a parent can come in, they can share that message out, remind mom, dad, grandma, grandpa about an event, even add it to their own personal calendar as well. Final thing I'll kind of highlight here is those need to knows. This may be a staff directory. So, right, can reach out to Claudia here, all from within the app. Yeah, sorry. So, of course, that's just the need to knows that a parent may be looking for. So we'll get them coming back to the app because those things are no more than 1 to 2 clicks away, but then you'll see what we call the live feed here. This is where now a campus can really share all the great things going on day in and day out that's happening, right? Amazing stories, really giving a parent, right, that next step in communication, who we are, what are the great things that we're doing. So each campus will have their own live feed as well as the district as well. So it kind of feels like a social media in nature. That's by design. Even have some of those long form news stories as well here within the app. You can share those out as well. So now I've monologued a little bit so far on the features of the app, but I know that, basic communication, most school districts are doing really well at that. But that next step, who are we? What are the great things? That's really where we can find we can make a difference. It's just kind of the final thing about the app is push notifications as well. So for a family member, if there needs to be something at the campus level for them to see, they can subscribe to those various push notification groups here in the app now. So any questions on the app piece of things?
No, not questions, but I love the concept. I know, I understand that we're always up and going and we're always on our phones. So if we pay as much attention that we do to social media, this would be the best way to have communication and information with our district. Instead of hitting those other apps, we can hit the La Joya ISD app and we can and can we learn more about what's going on in every campus and better communication, which is the most important thing.
And we've felt the need for that because a lot of the news and the amazing programs that are happening across our district were kind of hidden, not having them at the point of the fingertips of our parents. And so this app will bring just that to them.
I think it's a wonderful.
Yes, I agree. I love the concept. I had a question. So is this similar to our website information, but in an app? Or?
So basically what these Aptogee does for us, it consolidates all of our services. It would consolidate our website services, our app services, our communication services in terms of internally. We would be able to put one communication out and we would be able to share it in a text message, in a phone call, in all our social medias, in our website in one click.
Like in an emergency, this would be perfect.
This would be exactly what it does. It would be in terms of seconds that we'll be able to push all these notifications out in all of our platforms.
When will our community members or parents be able to access this? When will it be ready for them?
So it is ready, and tonight we are going to close with a video that has our QR codes. You'll be able to scan it and download your app right now. So if you do search the app on our Google Play Store or App Store, you'll be able to download it, and it is live.
That's awesome. No, I'm very glad that we have a universal app now throughout the district because I have multiple children in the district. I have 2 daughters, and I get some of the same notifications from teachers. So in my mindset, I was thinking, wow, the teachers don't have to worry about sending us Kindness Week that we saw right now in the app or certain events.
Right, correct. And so we've already trained a lot of our technologists. We have the support from our technology department, Ms. Clem Garza, Ms. Ana Maria Perez. We've trained our technologists. We've trained our parent liaisons and our social workers, and we're working to make everybody else trained. We've been trained at the Public Relations Office as well. So we're just needing a few other departments, but nonetheless, we're ready and ready to roll with this.
Awesome. I'm just excited because I know times are changing, and with times we need to adjust. And this is just another way that La Joya ISD, it becomes more innovative and proactive instead of being reactive at times. And
yeah, we just felt the need that was there. I know it's been a long journey with our app, and it's been a long time goal for the district to be able to improve the communication, and that was what we really thought it would do, and this would do. And so we're excited that we're moving into an innovative way of producing and making sure that all of our amazing programs are featured and just being able to share them across our district.
Thank you, Blanca.
We do have one more video that'll let you know a little bit about the app and what it does just briefly. And then you can just scan it and download your district app.
One more question, Blanca, real quick. I know we talked about it at the campus level, but does anybody at the police department have access to this as well? I think it's crucial that they have some kind of access to the app.
The who? What department?
The police department? Sorry.
We don't have any, we can make notifications, emergency notifications. That will be with me. So if the police chief should need to make a text message or send out, that would be under district updates, and that would be with myself. And so I would be able to send that.
Perfect, thank you. I just want to make sure they have full communication with their parents.
So we can just play that last video and we'll see your thoughts on that.
Introducing the brand new app for La Joya ISD. It's everything La Joya ISD in your pocket. This is the home screen. Tap the schools icon in the bottom right to select a specific school. Tap the 3 horizontal lines in the bottom left to see all the menu items. To turn on push notifications, tap Settings and select Push Notifications. The Events section shows a list of events throughout the school. You can use this button to add an event to your calendar, or tap here to share the event with friends and family. The feed is where you'll find updates from administration about what's going on throughout the school, whether that's celebrating a student's success or reminding you about an upcoming deadline. Search La Joya ISD Texas in the App Store or Play Store to explore the app for yourself. It's everything La Joya ISD in your pocket.
So that is our app and our new communication systems.
I'm already downloading it.
Good. I
already added the
I know
schools.
it's crucial for parents to see lunch menus or things like that live. And so we've been also working with our CNS department to improve those and have those inputted there. We just want to be able to feature all of the programs and everything at their fingertips, all of the news happening. I know parents love to see their kids on their website, but sometimes, it's just not as easy to handle there. But so our app will bring just that. So we have our new La Joya ISD.
It's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 6, discussion of athletic stipends paid by La Joya ISD and neighboring districts. Before we move on, let me just say thank you to our IT department, Clem, and your staff for an amazing job that you all do in helping us with all our technology.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria.
Thank you.
I don't know about following that presentation, right? But it's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Ms. Cantu. Okay, so good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, La Joya ISD Community Administration, and Dr. Science. This evening, we're going to be presenting on the La Joya ISD 2022-2023 stipends in comparison to our neighboring districts. For the purpose of this presentation, you do have a packet in your binder. If you could go ahead and take it out, we're going to be using that. We're going to go to the first tab. And what you see there is basically, we do want to share with our community that all stipends do need to be board approved. And the 2022-2023 stipends were approved last year back on May 25th of last year. Okay. We also do want to go ahead and review the protocols. We do have protocols that we do need to adhere to. And basically what we have here in the very first paragraph, it just stipulates that protocols are used to recruit and retain those hard to fill teaching positions or assignments. Also, when an employee is assigned and accept these additional duties and supplemental duties, it is not part of the contract and neither is the associated pay in itself. And at any time, the employee may resign or the district can go ahead and remove that additional stipend. Now, the pay may be prorated at that point in time, so that's something for us to keep in mind. Now, we do have policy that's associated to this that we need to adhere to, which is policy DEAA. Another thing that I do want to point out in this particular document is the extra days. And you're going to notice once we start reviewing the stipends that you're going to see that there's extra days that are associated to the stipends. And what we mean by that is that extra days are paid at the employee's daily rate. Okay. Any questions when it comes to the protocol? No? The next page that you see in tab number 1, and the reason that we wanted to show this in particular was we want to point out the number of staff members by sport. If you could see right there, the first one is football. At each of the comprehensive high schools, what you see is the athletic coordinators. We do have one coordinator at every comprehensive high school. And as you can see right there, when you're looking at stipends, they do not get a stipend for the sport. They do get a set salary. But when you look at the high schools, we do have 9 coordinators, and they do get a stipend of $9,000 plus 17 days, which I just finished sharing with you all. Those are paid at their daily rate. So that looks different for each of the coordinators based on what their value for their daily rate is, right? Let's look at cross country for our boys, right? At each of the high schools, as you can see, there's 3 head coaches right there. And the stipend for that particular sport is $4,500 plus 15 additional days, okay? And you have the rest of the sports there, okay? We're gonna move on to the second page, and we have the rest of the sports listed there. What I do wanna point out is, as what we want to see, right, is that we're being very equitable in our sports. If you look at boys soccer, girls soccer, as you can see, for the head boys soccer, we have 3 coaches, right? And you see the same thing for our girls soccer. We do have 3 head girls soccer coaches, right? And you see that we're paying out the same amount of stipend for both the head boys soccer and the head girls soccer as well. And we're providing the same additional days as well. Okay. Any questions in regards to the stipends that we're paying out so far? No? If you turn the page, what you see here and what I want to note here in this particular page is just the note that's at the bottom right there. It states that coaches cannot exceed 20 days unless the coach has a coordinator position. No coordinator will exceed 22 days, and any overlapping of sports will result in a prorated stipend adjustment. And Coach Garza and his specialist really truly track this to ensure that that doesn't happen. Okay. Questions in regards to the high school stipends so far? No? And so far, we're not doing a comparison. We're just going over what we currently have in place. Okay. As far as the middle schools, as you can see right there, we do have 8 coordinator positions, 1 for every single middle school, and they do receive a stipend of $2,400 plus 10 additional days. And as you can see for the sports right there, football, we have a stipend of $1,800 and 5 additional days. And then you have the volleyball. And then you have for all other sports, we have $1,800 without additional days. Okay. And then there's specific guidelines, as you can see right there. For coaches will get 5 additional days when coaching a fall sport and any 2 additional sports as well. Okay. Questions that you might have when it comes to middle schools? No?
Where you have there the $1,800 per sport,
Mm-hmm.
is there another sport that would be affected since you have per sport?
There's, for example, soccer. There's.
Yeah, but you then have other sports, which is just 1,800. So what are the per sports referring to?
Like soccer, softball, per sport. So we pay out for softball, it's 1,800. For soccer, 1,800. Basketball, 1,800.
So those do not get the extra 5 days?
Come again?
I'm just wondering what the other sports are, because you have football per sport.
I could explain that, Dr. Shimada, because volleyball and football are your fall sports.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to qualify for the 5 extra days, you have to coach volleyball or football, right?
Yeah, but to me, it just would be football, $1,800 plus 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
Volleyball, $1,800 plus 5 days. The first sport is what's
Yes,
misleading.
yes, I see what you're saying.
So the other sports are 1,800. So I can understand that.
Yes.
First sport threw me off.
So we could reward it there. Mhm. Okay, so going on to tab number 2, if there's no additional questions. On this one right here, we wanted to let you all know that back in March 10th of 2022, there was a study done by TASB, and what the TASB consisted of 12 different districts, right? They conducted a study, and this is a comparison, but it was a comparison of back in 2022. And this information is there for you all to go ahead and peruse on your own time, right? But what I do want to go ahead and let you all know is the first page right there, as you can see, it's just at a glance. You're able to see that we had a comparison done with Brownsville, Donna, Edinburgh, Laredo, McAllen, Mission, Sherryland, West Lago. And as you can see, they looked at student enrollment, they looked at the number of FTEs, UIL class, they looked at, some districts provided the stipend amount. And then what they did was they determined the market value for these districts, right? And they provided some information. And the reason that it's there is just for reference, because again, this was done last year on 2022, okay? What we really want to do is delve into this year's data and how do we compare based on the stipend that our coaches are getting this year in comparison to our neighboring districts. So that's on and that's on tab number 3, okay? So can you go to tab number 3? There you're able to see, do you all have questions so far?
On the previous page, page 2 of the study, the one with the little bars.
Page 2 of where, Dr. Benavides?
The one with the bars, I think.
Oh, yes.
The one that TASB did. The bars to the left, does that mean that there was a difference?
Yes, so on page 2, right there, the one that Mr. Garza is showing, basically what it's telling us is that for the head coaching stipend comparison right there, for our district, what it's telling us that volleyball is above the market value.
We were paying more.
Yes, all the other sports for last year, we were below the market value.
We were paying less.
Yes, a lot less.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to verify that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there
Yes.
football?
All or just one?
Yes, and we could go into detail if you want.
Will you say that again in terms of the market value?
Yes, so if you go to the previous page, Mr. Garza.
Previous page.
Yes. What it's showing is that for the volleyball head coach, right there, we are above the market value. And also for the track and field, we're above the market value as well, compared to the rest of the districts, right? And for the other sports, we are below the market value. Okay.
Football is not on there because it's a salary?
Yes, and football is not there because it's a salary. You are correct.
You go on to the assistant coaches and the rest of the packet. Dr. Cantu.
And this is just for the head coaches, right? Okay. Any additional questions? I could give you some time to look at this particular tab, if you'd like. we could look at the following page there, which is, go back. And if we look at page 3 of that particular study, we could look at the very first one, which is a baseball head coach, right? If we look at that one in particular, if you look at the district reporting stipend, we had 10 districts, right, that reported out. The market value is $9,850, right? The stipend amount that we paid out was $6,500. Days paid that we have is 7 days. And then the value of the day is 2,130, right? So the total stipend is 8,630. So the market value is 1,220 less, right? So what the proposed stipend is $10,000. That was the study that was done by TASB last year.
That was their recommendation.
That was their recommendation.
And there, how I'm understanding it, and if I remember from that presentation, was that it would just be a stipend and no days.
That is correct, Dr. Science. It would be the stipend and no days.
A lot of districts have
Moving
moved to
towards
that
that.
direction where they don't have the extra days.
Yes, because
Correct.
days are different for everyone.
Yes, that is correct.
And the
That's,
totals.
that's where it can be misleading
Yes,
as
and
well.
the totals are different, and that's why there's a lot of discrepancy.
Yes. And that could help and hurt, right? Because depending on the value of the day for the coach in itself, right?
Years experience and all that.
Right. Okay. And if we go to the next one, you have the 9th grade JV assistant coaching stipend, and you see that in this one last year, we were above, right, the market value for most of our sports, for the exception of football 9th grade JV. We were below.
Wow.
Right? Okay. Questions that you all have so far? No? Okay. So if we move to page 6, you have the middle school coaching stipend comparison.
Dr.
Yes.
Villarreal, do you want to share the middle school one, the bars? Just
Yes.
you shared that
Yes.
varsity and junior varsity.
Yes.
Look at the middle school.
That's on page 6. On page 6, you're able to see right here that for middle school volleyball and middle school athletic coordinator, we're above the market value for those two. But then when you see middle school football and track and soccer and basketball, we were below the market value last year, right? Questions? No? So let me give you an example. On page 7, you're able to see there, if we look at the middle school football coach right there, right? You're able to see that we had 9 districts out of the 12 that reported, right? Ours was, the market total value was 3,500. The stipend amount was 1,779. And we do pay out 5 days. So the day's value is 1,394. So the total stipend value comes out to 3,172. So we're below the market value by 328. So the recommendation is 3,500 for us to pay as a district. Right? So that's just an example there.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
As opposed to,
As opposed to what? As opposed to the 3,172.
So in just like one example for, and Dr. Villarreal used the middle school football head coach.
Right.
Okay.
That the stipend that we paid was 3,172, which was $328 below the market.
Yes.
And so what TASB recommends is adjusting it to 3,500.
because it was 3,172 when you add the days.
Right,
That's the total value of the stipend plus the days.
yes.
It comes out to 3,172.
So we were only short the 328.
Yes, the
$328.
328.
Because we paid the days.
Yes. Yes, because you have, what you do is you add the stipend amount and you add the day's value, and that comes out to the total stipend value.
I think the ones that are the least, the more underpaid would be the soccer and track.
Mhm.
Yes, because there was a difference of 450.
Yes, yes.
Soccer, track, and
And
baseball.
well, the middle school volleyball.
Basketball.
Baseball.
Basketball.
Basketball.
Right. Mhm. Okay. And again, this was a study that was done last year, March 10th, 2022. Okay. And we just thought that it would be relevant for you all to be able to see that, right? Now, we did receive some information, or Mr. Garza obtained some information from our neighboring districts, where now we're able to look at that, right? And we have this information from Edinburgh, Sherryland Mission, McAllen, Rio, Los Fresnos, and PSJA. And you're able to see here that the stipends that they're paying out plus their additional days, right? And I know that Dr. Science mentioned earlier that there's some districts that do not provide the extra days, right? They just give them a set stipend, just like TASB was recommending, right? They were recommending just give them the set stipend of $10,000, right? Versus the extra days. We have Los Fresnos, as you can see right there, they just have that salary of, if you look at football, a salary of 16,000, as you can see right there, right?
A stipend of 16.
A stipend of 16,000. PSJA, a stipend of what, 14,000 for the varsity offensive coordinator, right? But then you look at Rio has a stipend of 9,000 plus an additional 25 days, right?
So the days is still plus.
Plus.
So like, for example, La Jolla is 9,000.
We pay 9,000 plus 17 days.
At their daily rate.
At their daily rate.
So
And that varies, right?
So let's just say that the daily rate is 250. So 250 times 17, whatever that is, mathematicians,
Yes.
and then add the 9,000.
And the
And that would
9,000.
figure what our people get. You know,
Correct.
not all of them, of course, it depends. I get it, but. I'm
It
just-
depends.
Yeah.
Right, right.
13.
How much was it?
The numbers you gave?
Yes,
13,250 total.
total with both of them.
Coach Garza, what do, like, for example, Los Fresnos and Mission and PSJ, the football, I'm thinking football.
Yes.
How do they manage the 2 days? It's just part of that stipend?
Yes, the difference there is that with no days, now they're open to whenever the head coach decides to bring you in and start the season, you start the season.
Okay.
So, and going back real quick, Dr. Benavides, off of the lowest zero experience, daily rate right now would be $294.
I was wondering, I just shot the 250, but I
Repeat that
figured.
again, sir?
294.
Oh,
$294 on our low, 55,000.
Okay, so let's
salary.
redo it.
so that's for zero experience.
Nereida, redo it to 294 times 17.
That's almost 14,000.
It's total
4,900
13,998.
plus the 9.
Plus the 9,000.
Plus the 9,000.
I know, I'm just going to comment real quick. I know that as a district, if there's something like this, if there's a discrepancy, of course, we'll definitely look into it. My thing, Coach Garza, is there any way maybe we can add a couple of days here or there to the varsity to bring them down the way they used to and work with their middle schools during off-season? I know that when I was in junior high, I would love to see the coaches come down and work, and maybe we can start creating more of a relationship with their kids, and they're able to get motivated and stick to the sports, and we don't lose them in between the transition of 8th grade to 9th grade. I would love to see that program again, grow and our high school coaches to visit our middle schools. That would be awesome.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cantu. As a matter of fact, that's been our conversation the last couple of coordinator meetings. I asked coaches, the high school coaches, to alternate if possible within their athletic period in the mornings and say, tomorrow you go to the middle school and go help out to build relationships. That's great. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that. Sometimes one of the barriers that we find is when the athletic periods are scheduled at the middle school. Are they parallel with us at the high school? And those are things that we just need to kind of sit down and kind of look at it. And that has different variables also. Is it an honors course, a college credit course that has to be assigned a certain time? So we're in a middle school, a college algebra 1 or something that has to be at a certain pace. So we're at that mercy, and we understand that too. But yes, sir, what you're saying is exactly, we're trying to go above and beyond with our coaches to build relationships.
That's great, because I know that it can be even after the football season,
Yes,
and
sir.
maybe
Well,
work towards.
It would make sense to do like maybe during their off season. And especially because during the season, I know they're
It's
really busy.
difficult, yes.
But during their off season, I know it can make a world of a difference. My son plays basketball in 6th grade. And I know we saw the head coach for Palmview High School at one of the tournaments he was in, and he was thrilled to see him. So I can only imagine if you were to visit his campus.
And that's an expectation. That's exactly what you're saying, exactly what we share. It means a world of a difference when all of a sudden you say, hey, Alex, that's a great job.
Yes.
Oh, that's a head coach. He knows my name.
Mhm.
I mean, it just goes, we did see also La Jolla High, also the same thing. And I saw that look on those student athletes.
I remember in 8th grade, in Ellie Schunger, Coach Bird was the offensive coordinator at the time, and just him coming down and working with some of us, it just motivated you. So that would be, even if we have to include more days, of course, more days, more pay, but at least you bring them down and motivate our junior high kids. That'd be great.
Mr. Garza?
Yes, sir.
Are there any sports at middle school now where other districts may be competing, but that we're not?
Tennis is one for sure, and we don't have other than.
Do we have it in high school now?
We don't. We had it a couple of years ago. One gentleman, a young man from Palmview, competed at Palmview High School. Brian Galvan, actually regional qualifier and all of that, because he had been competing all along. But facility-wise, we only have now, we're fortunate to have our sports complex that has a few courts, but we haven't kind of established the interest also. You can always survey to find out if that interest is there, but that would be the only facility that would be able to host middle schools. That would be 8 middle schools in that facility, or high schools. That would be 8 high schools in that facility.
That would be a good recommendation, Dr. Mora.
Well, I just don't want to have our students at the high school be at a disadvantage because they have not had those experiences at the middle school or even earlier. And I think that in our district, our students don't have as many opportunities as they may have elsewhere. So.
I think tennis is a good one. I think that would be the only one that they don't.
The other sport is swimming, and
Swimming
we've been
and
working with the swimming coaches in trying to implement it and bring in swimming at the middle school also. And looking at the calendar that exists, it will overlap with some sports, because those sports are about 6 weeks long in order for us to fit them in throughout the whole year. But it's going to be one of those, it's going to have to overlap.
So do we have anything through UIL where students could be engaged in baseball at the middle school?
In baseball?
At middle school?
Yes, we offer baseball and softball at the middle school.
So you have those?
Yes, sir.
Going on now?
Yeah, that'll be coming in after our high school season.
Okay, but I'm not seeing on the schedule here for middle school coaching, any baseball coaches in their stipends. That's why I'm asking that question.
Even though it's not listed there, it's under other sports.
Yeah.
Over here.
It's listed on page 3 of the site. I'll put it right here. Under the middle schools, Dr. Samora. You're going to see baseball 1,800, softball.
Okay, I didn't have it on mine over here. I was looking at this.
Soccer and
Yes.
golf.
Okay.
I noticed on the high schools that the diving coach was marked off. Is it because we don't have a diving coach anymore?
That is correct, Dr. Benavides. We called Mark Bullard. was
Mr.
our
Bullard,
district.
yes.
He retired, and this was a question and request by the coaches. Do we find a diving coach, or do you want an assistant to assist the program?
The swimming.
And they opted to go with an assistant.
Okay.
Okay. It is difficult also to find the
diving
assistant
coach.
that too many people have, and even the diving coach, the experience, especially we lost a critical individual there.
I can imagine the kids not
Bullet's been
having
there for a
that,
while.
yeah, that guidance and that, I mean, he was awesome.
Oye, Coach Garza,
The kids were
on my
awesome.
next question, I guess it leads to this question. Were we able, or can we look into paraprofessionals doing after-school sports?
That again.
We have a lot of very good paraprofessionals
Yeah.
that love
I
sports.
mean, can it help? I can tell you we're limited in the number of personnel that we have out there. But I can tell you that based on our previous experience that the district went through several years ago in regards to the labor law situation and hours and reported, not reported, that would be something that we would need to review, evaluate, and make sure that it'd be in the best interest overall.
Yeah, because I know there's some that do it for free now,
Yes, sir.
and they would love that opportunity. And if we're lacking coaches, we're competing with that stipend that's being offered with that other program after school. At least we can compensate for those gaps that we have.
Yes, so we do allow, as a matter of fact, only ones we allow, to clarify, is our Special Olympic coaches. We do allow their paraprofessionals because they work with those student athletes daily. They know them, they know their needs. So we do allow them, and we are blessed to be given that opportunity. I do want to make a note on McAllen. McAllen looks like they give 15 days for everything. They do it like that over there just for the sake of budgeting, but they don't. Maximum per sport that they'll give a head coach is 8 days. The maximum that any coach will make is 15 days, but they must coach 2 sports. Okay, it's a little deceiving, and I wanted to point that out because you see that, and then we say, well, let's do what they're doing. They're paying everybody 15 days. That's not the case. They will pay it only when they do 2 sports.
2 sports.
Coach Garza.
At a, believe even a $250 rate, if I'm not mistaken, on their days.
Daily.
So everybody has the same rate across the
Same
board?
rate, but it's very low.
Do we have any open positions as an assistants coaches?
Right now, if we do, it might be some of the sports that are about to start. By most part, the coaches do a very good job, especially because of the days, to try to find their personnel or the sports that do qualify to be able to have them early in the year. We do our professional development, we do our clinics, we do all of that early at the beginning in the summer. So that I know of right now, I'm not aware, but they're a phone call away from allowing us, and we open it up just to everybody, even from elementary to high school, whoever we can find to help us out.
Okay. So, okay, let me see if I understand this right. So let's say we're needing an assistant coach in any sport, and we were to bring somebody in, do we pay him the full stipend or just half of it? Or how does that work?
That's where it was clarified earlier.
Yeah.
That could be on a prorated stipend.
Okay.
Based on the number of days, or somebody leaves and somebody has to take over the sport. That has happened. What we do, we start the beginning of the sport under UIL and the district certification. We look at the possible number of days that they would have practiced and participated.
Okay.
Divide that by the stipend. We pay that off for the first one, number of days worked, and then we pay for the number of days that the next one's going to go, the remainder of the stipend. That's a practice that we have been doing in all fairness.
Okay, thank you.
How many trainers do we have, sir?
We have 2 per high school, Dr. Samara.
2 per high school.
Yes.
And you're able to see how much they get paid on page 2 of the document.
Right, you're there.
As far as the stipend.
On page 2 there on the bottom.
Mhm.
And I'll make a note on that. We do have some districts that have gone into middle school athletic trainers due to the number of sports. Some of them have taken advantage of certain monies, that's what I understand it. And I know our trainers have reached out in that regard. So that's something that we took be reviewing and studying and looking at overall responsibilities and that. And I know our trainers have reached out to me in that.
Yeah, that would be a big help in the middle school level. The additional athletic, at least per cluster, or maybe something, that would be a huge help to all the middle schools.
There's some weekends that it's a little tough.
Yeah.
I can tell you yesterday, we had, Joya had 2 varsity games here at the stadium. We had 2 varsity games at the high school gym here. Fortunately, one of our trainers was out ill, and Juarez Lincoln had a varsity game at J.D. Salinas, had a soccer game. Palmview High School had a varsity game in the gym, a soccer game outside, and we were one short. And Palmview actually came and helped out at the La Jolla gym, and that's appreciated. We kind of prioritize, and everybody's important, but on the physical aspect of it, and I appreciate what they did, and I thank the trainers for working together.
Yeah, and they're always very open to receiving middle school students, but I mean, still, the amount of students that they see is a lot.
That's a lot of games, Coach. You might want to consider turfing the middle schools.
So what can you tell us about cheerleaders? The cheerleading head coach and so forth.
Well, when it comes to our cheerleading sponsors, we have the stipend there. You're able to see the stipends. And I do want to share that I know that, Student Services and along with Coach Garza, they work really closely with all our cheerleading sponsors to ensure that we're providing those opportunities for our girls and, ensuring that we're being equitable with them. But if you go to page, I believe that Mr. Garza is showing it right there, you're able to see that we have we're paying them, our district is paying $5,000, plus we're giving them additional 10 days. And then for the assistant, we're paying $1,500 with an additional 5 days as well. And as you can see, Los Fresnos also reported a stipend. They're not providing additional days for them. And then PSJA also reported a stipend as well with no extra days for them as well.
And these are only because they were part of the athletic department.
Yeah.
If not, they belong to either fine arts or the principal.
Does that happen also for middle schools?
That happens the same. I believe we have $1,000 for the middle school starts tomorrow.
Yeah. Trying to see this.
Any other questions?
Under the middle schools, it's $1,000 for our district, and PSJA did report a $5,000 for their sponsors. And then they do have an assistant, and they pay out $1,500 stipend.
Is that, okay, I can see the middle school trainer position there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Edinburgh
Some
and
schools have
Sharyland have middle school trainers?
Edinburgh and
What was that, Mr.
Middle school trainers, I can see their stipend there for Edinburgh and Sharyland.
Yes.
The ones that are not reported, could it be that they didn't report or they don't have it?
They don't have it.
They don't have it.
Yeah, these are going to be the only ones that you have.
Oh, okay.
I know we're a little pressed for time, so any other questions that we might have?
No, just thank you
Just,
for a very comprehensive.
Following up on what we had in the summer with the female athletic coordinator. And I noticed there's a blank there. So what's the latest thinking regarding that position?
That's probably one of those we're still reviewing, and when we bring the stipends back into for review and for budgeting purposes, that we'll be presenting Dr. Zamora. We are taking that information that was shared August or so, and coming back and bringing it up and preparing for next year.
Thank you.
You had a comment, Dr. Benavides?
No, just thank you. Very comprehensive and very good. And at least our coaches will know that we're looking at it. And then, of course, the process involves, the budget making process and looking at that. And then Perhaps if we can't do everything, we can do a little bit and then the next year another. But at least we can reassure our coaches that we're looking at it. So
Definitely.
thank you for a good job.
And I could say, Mr. Garza, you always have all the coaches at a top tier level throughout every season. So if there is any discrepancies, we owe it to all the coaches to look at it, right? So.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coach Garza. Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Villarreal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Garza.
on behalf of them, we thank you, we welcome you. We're having exciting times athletically in all three campuses. Soccer starting, basketball, we're in top two in La Jolla and Palm View, so great games coming up.
Mr. Coach Garza, now we have an app that we can communicate faster for the game.
Coach Garza, and one more thing, just how we talked about, the high school coaches taking part of the middle school. I'd love to see the middle school also getting engaged with our elementaries, because I know that by the time they get to middle school, we want them to be at that competitive level, when we compete against other schools. And so if we could get them involved in that training program, we do wonderful things for them. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garza.
Okay, moving on to item.
7.
Mixed it all up. Item number 7, discussion and participation with the Lone Star Governance Coach Kara Ballou on continuous improvement for governing teams.
You can call on her, Dr. Science. I mean, she's connected and everything. I don't know.
Kara, we can see your screen. I don't know if you can hear us.
She's muted here.
That was it.
Can you hear us now?
That was at 7:30.
Whoa. Maybe we took too long.
Kara, it shows that I don't know if you can hear us, it shows that your microphone is muted. She left it. Oh,
I already did like twice.
Yeah.
Maybe we can reschedule.
you can reschedule it.
I do.
You have to unmute her.
She might have stepped out, Dr. Science, but anything on
Okay.
our end, we're good. It's just her.
Okay, well then we'll continue with our meeting.
Okay, moving on to consent agenda. We're going to pull out item under bids, item number 4, and item number 11 as requested by a board member,
We have number 4.
and number 11.
I have some questions on number 7,
Okay, we can pull out number 7.
11.
11 is already pulled out.
Oh, okay, 12 and 13.
12 and 13, okay.
Some of those just to get information about.
7?
4, 7, 11, 12, and 13. Everybody okay with that?
Under what?
Under consent agenda, item B for bids. And let me just add that this was a recommendation to put these items on the agenda by Cara Baloo. She was the one that sat with us during the agenda review.
That's good.
So now with that being said, I need a motion to approve consent agenda.
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti. I need a second by Ms. Solis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, motion carries. Now, let's go back to under B, item number.
Contract.
This one.
Under contracts.
Going into contracts, under A, number 1, approval of the First Amendment interlocal cooperation agreement between the County of Hidalgo, Texas, and La Joya ISD to establish a youth wellness program to support and expand access to public health services. I need a motion.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti, a second by Ms. Solis. All those in
I
favor
have a
signify by
question,
saying
sir. I just have a question.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Yes. What are the services that are provided and is parental consent required in this particular services that we'll be getting? If you
Dr.
can just
Zamora-
give us a brief, explanation of what the project is. Are there services to students? And are those services going to be requiring parental consent?
Yes, this is something that's happening through our counseling department, and we have Dr. Thais that's going to share some information with you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, Mr. Zamora, the project that we have in hand is a cooperation with Hidalgo County. We have been awarded a $100,000 grant to establish 20 youth camps for students in grades 6 through 8 to sustain the well-being of students, providing social emotional lessons. So we're going to establish those through 5 Saturday camps. The reason we came back to board is because they had provided us the funds for semester 1, but we were not able to complete the project, and we'll be doing it semester 2. But we will be establishing, what it is teaching the students just social emotional learning skills, and we're going to do that through small groups. That's what the grant is asking for.
Is there anything there that might raise questions from parents?
We are in the process. After the approval tonight, we will start recruiting students, and we have parental permission slips to send out to them and make sure that they're aware of what we're doing.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That was it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. I just would like to thank the Hidalgo County for taking these types of initiatives and offering these services and working collaboratively with the La Joya ISD to fulfill the needs of our children. Thank you so much. Item number 2, approval of service agreement between the University of Texas at Austin and the La Joya ISD District to allow UT Austin to provide innovative and comprehensive year-long high school engineering design curriculum.
So.
I have a motion by Ms. Solis. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor
And I have
signify by saying
comments at the end. Yeah, I'm going to have that as we move forward. On the fee, because I read here that it's $2,000 like per teacher trained. So is this on page 78, that $2,000 total, or is it going to depend on number of teachers?
I believe that $2,000 is all encompassing, Dr. Zamora. It provides them access to the curriculum and the professional development to be able to implement it.
So one of the
It's a
things.
total fee of $2,000.
Okay, total of 2,000. And then the other one has to do with just the dual enrollment opportunities. And I noticed that it does say that in some places, the students pay $300 to enroll. What is our practice here?
That is not I think it's more so just to the access to the curriculum and to the professional development.
So that is not something that's.
Not a part of the program.
Okay. That was it, sir.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
read that it's 2,000 if the same teacher continues teaching the course. If a new teacher, then it would require another 2,000.
Another 2,000, correct.
I have a motion by Ms. Solis, a second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 3, approval of 2022-2023 contract between Silver Lining and La Joya ISD. I need a motion. This is for contract between Silver Lining and La Joya ISD.
Do we already have this?
We have a little bit of information here?
Yes, Mr. Munoz will provide that. Thank you, Mr. Munoz.
We do currently have a Silver Lining curriculum as a supplemental material for high school math. This component would now provide some additional support for the TSI assessment. Right, it's an additional component that they're adding to improve our TSI performance.
Any other questions? Need a motion to approve? I have a motion by Ms. Solis. Need a second?
Second?
Second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Now going back to the items we pulled out under bids. Item number 4, approval of travel expense software quotation through E&I Purchasing Cooperative. You had a question?
We can have a motion. I just have a quick question.
Okay.
You can get your motion.
I'll have a motion to approve.
Second.
I need a motion to approve.
Motion.
Dr. B, I want to. Mr. Oresti, second by Dr. B. Okay, open it up for discussion.
My only question is, do we still have that much trouble that this is needed? That's my only question. And it's a yes and no.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
That was easy.
Good job.
And I have one, because we have listed
Is
here
that a yes or no?
year 1, year 2, and year 3 costs. How do we budget this when this is the case
Yeah.
for the 3 years? 101 or? break
No,
it up?
this year we had budgeted, we had funded the first part, so next year you're gonna see that 31,000 on our budget as
So
well,
it's
on our
per year?
department budget.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti, a second by Dr. Benavides. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 7, approval of grease traps, lift stations, and related services, CSP number 2023-28. I have a motion. Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti. I need a second.
On page
Second by
178.
Dr. Cantu. Any discussion? Because they wanted,
Yeah.
somebody.
That's on page, yeah, you're on number 7, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm looking to 178.
The only thing I noticed
Okay.
is that there was 2 different contracts, but it's because they're recommending 2 different companies. So that's why that I did notice, but I didn't have a question on this one.
Yeah, and that was going to be my thought, just to clarify. So the grease traps will be cleaned by one group, right? And then the remainder will be by the other one.
Right.
And the 150,000 estimated amount here, do we have any way of knowing like how much per, or do we need to know that? Per bidder?
I think that's what they allocate, no?
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what's
the total.
allocated and it's as needed.
Okay.
That's what's budgeted. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Oresti, a second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 11, approval of construction services job order contract CSP number 2023-50.
Go ahead and ask for your
I
motion.
need a motion to approve.
Motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti, I need a second.
On the job order contract, on page, right?
I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Solis. Any
My-
discussion?
My only comment on this one is that we had talked about getting a summary every month of what we're spending with these job order contracts, as it is a $3 million budget, $3 million budget, and so that's my only comment on that one.
Well, that,
Thank you, Dr. Benavides.
my thoughts were along those lines, that we have a $3 million award here, and we really don't have any way of knowing what it's going for and how it's going to be used.
Same
And I
question.
just think that we have to get a better grasp in terms of job order contracts and how we're spending those monies. Just to say here tonight, we're going to award $3 million for what it says here, repair, alterations, renovations, remediations, minor construction. It seems to me like we could probably have our own crew in-house to do that kind of work.
I agree, and I think for future reference, for our department, we need to know, okay, if we are allocating $3 million and some of these projects don't come to us, I guess we need to know exactly what the money's being spent for before
Correct.
it's actually used, and whether the project is a need or it's something that we want. That way, we're able to minimize and try to do most of what we can do in-house. So I guess just a breakdown of the projects that are, the money, that this money is going to be used for, and that way we're able to have that information as a board.
I think that Dr. Benavides, your comment was a summary report on the actual payments made. And one of the reasons that we're asking for this approval is to be able to do repairs as they are needed and not have to wait to get board approval, because this would be, for example, a leak that might happen, a broken heater, and those things are things that need to be done right away. That's the purpose of this job order.
I understood it like that. And
Yes.
that's why I said, just give us, and I don't remember the last time that I requested this, so I just wanted to remind that we get at least on a monthly basis. This month, we did this many job order contracts, and it was for this, this, and this, and this is the
Exactly.
amount.
And we will begin to do those
Pretty much for
reports.
accountability.
Yeah, and I think the last time we had requested that they were on a equal pool where they were on a rotation
So that we
between
rotate,
each one, yeah.
yeah.
But I do agree with Dr. Zamora. I think we need to maximize how much we do in-house before we resource ourselves to a job.
And with as many bids or proposals that went out, we got 2 responses. So, I mean, this rotations here, we're rotating between how many? How many proposals are we, vendors are we working with?
Well, this one is to approve 1, 2, 3, 4, but are there others approved?
Yes.
That this same 3 million,
This would be 3 million for this purpose, or what?
So this is just an estimated cost, but this is a supplemental bid that we were given a directive to process another supplemental bid. And I believe the first proposal we had, I believe it was 12. So we were able to add 3 more to the pool. So that's all we're doing, is just adding vendors to the list. And then the cost is just estimated, which they will monitor.
So are you adding 3 million to the previous one?
No, we're aligning it.
And I do have a question on that. You had I thought we went out for bids or vendors once a year. You said that you got a directive to open it up again?
Yes, back
And
in
who-
November, I believe came from the board to process a supplemental to the existing vendor list. And we did just that.
It may have been when we talked about the rotation, just to have different people rotating, maybe?
or just to increase the number of vendors?
To have more vendors.
Right, and that's what was done, and we have a good number there.
I'm not sure if Dr. Zamora got a clear answer to the question.
Well, I have an answer to the question.
No, did
My
you get an
concern,
answer?
I don't think has been addressed, and that is, I think we have to get a better handle of
Yes.
job order contracts.
And-
And that we really need to make sure that we know where our money is going.
Yeah, we'll
Because we
provide.
have, I mean, we have, and we've talked about how many carpenters we have, how many plumbers we have, how many people we have already in the district
I don't remember.
as
Right.
employees.
SOC, I don't remember the board directed to add to the pool. I don't know if anybody else recalls that, but.
I think we did this once a year, if I'm not mistaken. Whoever submitted, and whoever didn't. I think we should just keep it at that for future work.
And
But-
just to add, Mr. Cantu, I believe you made a comment on, and Dr. Zamora, usually on the JAC, it's mainly for bigger projects as well. Something that maybe our staff is going to take, X amount of days where we're not going to be able to be doing work orders at schools because they're tied in to this certain project. So we have this available as well to do that through the JAC.
And just for personal knowledge and so that the community is aware as well, how do we keep tabs of this amount, these 3 million? How is it that we have accountability for this?
So the 3 million is just an estimated amount, but of course, we have our operating budget. So I mean, if we don't have the 3 million in our budget, then of course we can't spend.
Do you?
I'm sorry?
Do you have it?
No, we don't right now.
What?
So it's just, the way we keep track is, of course, we have to stay within our budget, but then we do have a report that we can do also and generate monthly or however you guys would like it, to keep tabs of what we're spending and where we're spending it.
Just
that
for,
would be-
go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
For clarification, because I thought I heard you say that you do not have this in the budget.
No, I'm saying we don't have the $3 million right now for this year in our budget. No,
Okay,
we
so
don't.
that's what I was, so it's not budgeted then.
It's just, again, it's just an estimated.
Mr. Garza?
We estimated.
So
that-
what happens is that if something, an emergency occurs and they need to get something fixed, and it's going to be a substantial amount of money, we have to come back to the board. Anything, of course, over 35,000 has to come back to the board for approval. If we don't have the funds, then of course, we're going to have
So are
to,
you doing budget amendments? for
if
this?
we need to, if we exceed their operating budget, what they have in place right now. So more than likely, they won't hit that $3 million. They won't get there. So it's just an estimated amount.
So the 3 million is just
So
these,
they, oh,
or the jock in general? I'm sorry.
correct, is that which?
Yeah,
Yes.
so that, I guess they just put an estimate amount. I guess if we exceed the 3 million, then we would have to come back to the board for permission. But we have, I think it's 2 years. I think the bid is for 2 years, so we cannot exceed the 3 million in those 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. So again, it's an estimated total amount for the bid, which is 2 years.
So do you have a balance right now?
Yeah, we can provide, any information that you all need. I don't have it in front of me, but.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that when you put it here, you have the money in the budget.
I'm sorry?
When you put it here, like the 3 million, you have the money in the budget. It
You
could
would.
be that you're
You
not
would,
going to
yeah.
spend it, but it is budgeted. That's how I understand budgets. Ben, am I wrong?
You are correct, but I mean, they don't have it per se in their department.
So this would be like just approval to do this much in job order contract
Correct.
if we needed an emergency.
Correct.
In case of an emergency.
Yes.
So in the contracts that you have here, it has a term of January 26, 2023 to November of 2023, so it doesn't have 2 years.
The 2 years, yeah.
It's with an extended option, which is aligning to the previous proposal that was processed,
And where can we find that?
right next to the date.
What's that? 'Cause I've been looking for that.
It's on page 268 under term. It has in parentheses with extended
Right.
option. Is that
That's
what you're
correct.
referring to?
It's an option.
Yes.
On page 268, it doesn't have it like that.
So this is just from
It
this
has it
month?
January
or
26th
tomorrow
through November 30th.
To November 30th.
It's in parentheses.
It's in parentheses after that statement, Dr. Zamora. It says with extended option.
Yeah.
What page was that?
Could be 1 day, 1 year.
Page 268.
Yeah, it just says it commences tomorrow, January 26, 2023, and ends November 30th, 2023, with extended option.
Yeah. right there.
But what we're approving is $3 million
Yeah.
for January 26, 2023
Yeah.
to November 30th, 2023.
And then we bring it back for the following year.
And then, yes,
Correct, which is
there's
2
an
years.
option, then you
Right.
would bring it, yeah.
Correct.
But right now, what we're approving is 3 million for that period.
For that period, yeah.
That period,
January 26th, tomorrow, to November 30th of
Right.
2023.
that's right. So that extended option will come back for another million or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
So it's not 3 million to be extended over time. So we're saying within the next 11 months, there's $3 million.
There's $3 million that according to Ben, they don't have in the budget, but the money's there if they need it. So it's there.
It's budgeted.
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
That's my point.
Okay, any questions, any other questions? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 12, approval of copier rentals district-wide CSP 2023-52. This is item number 12 under bids. This is another item that was pulled out as
So I
requested.
see some faces puzzled by the less votes. Sir. Could we take a roll call vote on it? Because I just heard one aye. And then I know that there was,
The thing is, I didn't hear a nay, so that means that nobody nayed it.
and that's why I'm asking if we can do a roll call vote on it.
Well, the vote has been taken.
I think Robert
We're already-
Rule says silence is a yay, no?
It's been approved. We have to move on now.
Okay.
Okay, I already read item number 12, and that was for the approval of copier rentals district-wide CSP 2023-52. I need a motion to discuss, because this is one of the items that was also pulled out as per requested. Need a motion? Need a motion? I have a motion for discussion. I need a second.
And we're on the copiers.
I need a second. This item is for discussion right now. I have a motion to discuss. I need a second.
Second? Second.
I have a second by Dr. Cantu. Open it up for discussion on the copy rentals.
Yeah, I just have a question to see if we've considered purchase versus rental at $650,000.
Yeah.
Have we considered purchase versus rental? Advantages, disadvantages here.
The question was, have you considered purchasing printers instead of leasing them?
This is not a lease, this is a rental, because we have wording in there that we can get out of the contract within 30 days. That's something we've practiced for a good number of years, and it's worked for the district. As with anything technology related, copiers are constantly changing and being upgraded. And I know in the past we have, had been asked, but considering the pricing that we're getting with this agreement or this proposal, I think it merits that, we keep the rental option. And, also we're able to change out copiers that are problematic and, get the latest models also as they change, because they do change yearly.
I know, this is just me personally, I have a business and I also rent them because you got to upgrade all the time, ink runs out, I mean, it's just.
And then you get the service.
You get the service every month and it's just.
And a lease is long-term and it gets a little more complicated via lease. But with a rental, we have a little more flexibility.
Okay, so it's 650,000 for 12 of them, or how many, or just one?
It's over 200 copiers,
200.
220, I believe, district-wide.
And that's for how much time?
For a year?
For a year?
Yes.
But we can break it at any time?
Yeah, due to the pandemic affected a lot of the supply chains issues. So what we did was, for the best interest of the district, let's do it for a year and let's see how things pan out. And if not, we can extend it for an extra year, which would be the 2 years.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? Need a motion to approve? I have a motion by Dr. B. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And just real quick comment, I know we're a little bit pressed for time. We have staff on working still tonight. So if we can move this a little bit faster, again, we greatly appreciate that. On item number 13, approval of district telephone system quotation 2023-826 through the Texas DRI TSO 4167 contract. Need a motion? I have a motion by Ms. Solis. I need a second. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. Any questions?
Question I had has been answered in a previous one, so in terms of how we pay it out, so I don't have a question anymore.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Going on to item number 15, acceptance of notice of grant awarded of the National School Lunch Program Equipment Assistant Grant for the Food Authorities, SFA. I need a motion to approve. This is a grant awarded to the CNS department. I need a motion.
So move items 15, 16, and 17.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Under letter AE, Human Resources, number 1, approval of 14 ESSER 3 funded district instructional coaches positions for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Solis. I need a second. I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 2, approval of 3 ESSER 3 funded special education instructional coaches position for the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year. I need a motion to approve. Also move. Can I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Item number 3, approval of La Joya ISD police officers to receive a stipend of $1,000 per year for training instructors. This is a stipend that's going to be provided to our officers that do the training, extra trainings. I need a motion to approve. I'll so move. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Dr. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. It is now 8:47. We're moving into executive session through Government Code 551.74, 551.071, and 551.072.
Consent.
It is 11:20 and we're back from executive session. On personnel, H, employment and professional, I need a motion.
Motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti, need a second? Second by Ms. Solis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4. I need a motion to approve item number 4.
Almost.
I have a motion by Ms. Solis. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Cantu. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And then on item number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Cantu. I would like to make some statements regarding the staffing adjustment plan. Over the course of the last few years, La Joya ISD has experienced a decline in student enrollment due to several factors, which include the COVID-19 pandemic, building of more charter schools in the area, and slow growth in our territorial jurisdiction. This decline in enrollment now requires that La Joya ISD adjust staffing patterns to adequately sustain budgetary needs into the future in order to maintain current levels of service to students and employees. Based on the most recent TASB staffing data and a study conducted for La Joya ISD, our district is overstaffed by as many as 300 employees at a cost exceeding $20 million when compared with average peer districts. The La Joya ISD Staffing Plan 2023 will align staffing allocations based on our current enrollment and will allow the district to continue current funding levels for curriculum and student needs. This plan is composed of multiple facets that together will help achieve the long-term goals of budgetary stability and preparedness for future projects and growth. At the heart of this plan is the goal of right-sizing La Joya ISD to current staffing numbers. The concept of right-sizing is straightforward. It is an approach to keeping just the right number of employees. Moreover, right-sizing implies accumulating the proper headcount and the right skill set to cover the district's business needs. In the context of this plan, right-sizing is not a quick fix. It is a process that involves thorough workforce planning, the decision of upskilling and reskilling, natural attrition, and reduction of positions no longer needed. Historical data shows that while La Joya ISD has experienced a decline in student population and enrollment, employee levels have not decreased in the same proportion and has maintained similar numbers in staff since 2007. The budgetary effects are as follows. Positions that have not been filled that would be closed, the budget impact of that would be $1,564,623. Positions that are slated to close would be $8,788,609. Through natural end-of-year teacher-educator turnover, the budget impact would be $13,965,170. We feel confident that in adjusting the staffing patterns with the identified positions in this plan, we can achieve long-term financial stability and ensure that there is no loss of learning or experiences to the students of La Joya ISD. Thank you, Mr. President.
With that being said, we need a motion to approve. we have a motion? We have a motion to approve.
So if, for additional information, ma'am, would you be able to provide us, what if these adjustments are not done? What happens?
I think I would need a motion to start discussing.
So long as there's no deliberation on the question and it's just an answer by administration, that's okay.
Okay.
What if we do not adjust staffing? It may be, or it may lead to cuts to student programs and instruction. The district would need to make sufficient adjustments through budgetary cuts to adjust student programs and instruction in order to make up the potential deficit. We would have potentially no investment in future employee raises. The district will no longer be able to provide employee raises because the budget would be constrained and struggle to keep up with current salaries. It may require employees to contribute to their health plan. In order to offset money from the budget, employees would be asked to contribute to their health insurance plan. It may also mean no investment in future technologies. The budget would not permit for investment in future technologies. It may mean an inability to maintain buildings and facilities. The district would find itself in a difficult situation as it will be forced to make decisions between keeping employees on the payroll or adjusting for aging infrastructure. It may mean threats to credit rating and debt service. It may lead to limits on bonding and borrowing capacity, and it may lead to reducing transportation services within 2 miles. Thank you for your question, Dr. Zamora.
With that being said, do I have a motion to approve?
With that being said, Mr. Cantu, I make the motion to approve. I need to say this in open session so that everybody is aware that it's not something that I think that anybody that's sitting on this board wants to do, but I think we are faced with a very, very tough decision, and we're needing to make that decision. As far as I'm concerned, I think that we are on a time crunch as far as us getting this going. It's not something that I personally want to do, but by listening to what Dr. Science just said and the effects that will happen if we do not move forward with this plan, it's going to start affecting our children, our students, and the programs that service them. So with that being said, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I abstain.
Motion
Abstain as well.
You have 2. Motion passes. Now on item number 6, yes, number 6. Discussion and possible action regarding postponed mediated settlement agreement of due process hearing ND versus La Joya ISD.
Yes, President Cantu, members of the board. At this time, legal counsel makes a recommendation that the board approve the proposed mediated settlement as presented in executive session for the due process hearing of ND versus La Joya ISD.
Can I have a motion to approve?
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Oresti. Need a second?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, discussion and action on matters related to La Joya ISD versus Villarreal, C074520-1.
President and members of the board, with respect to item number 7 and item number 8, C 2556-21J, I recommend a motion authorizing administration and legal counsel to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Can I have a motion to approve? I have a motion by Ms. Solis. I need a second. I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9, discussion and possible action regarding general litigation and pending legal items. We have no action for item 9 and 10. 10 is discussion and possible action regarding purchases, exchange, and lease of value of property. It is 11:31. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
A second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at exactly 11:31.